Oh, no, I remember. Yeah, okay.
That's the aim. But then I discovered like, when I said I beat it, I went away afterwards, like straight after the thing, and it was like, that doesn't sound good, does it? Yes, hopefully I might get to it at some point. We'll see how long they are. We'll see. Maybe there'll be some nights where I just feel like literally doing nothing. Even if it's a long one. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, I know the sky is falling. We still have tangents. It's just that the tangents are kind of like interwoven with the game. So, I'm gonna move over there so you guys can get comfortable over here. So get comfy. Yes, essentially, yes. We are getting there. It's I can't focus on both at the same time. But at least we are getting. I would say we're getting quite good at starting the game with our one. We even started it after halfway the other day. That's how good we've gotten. But yeah. It was originally. Let's not split hairs. I feel like this is ever since we dropped the just chatting thing. We don't have a just chatting thing to get it all out in the open. We have to interweave it in. You know what I mean? Quite sure, as powerful as a time coding. I'm getting that. I'm doing it now. I'm doing it right now. I've got Steam open. I'm just opening it up on Steam. You're too good at you. You're too good at you. I'll invite you in my stream. Paid publication.
All right, for anybody in here, sorry about that. I had to take a piss as soon as I went live.
We have to tell them that they're required, their presence is required for it to be required. We have to tell them that their presence is required for the extended warranty, and then we find them. And we have to get all the legal stuff, all the legal languages out, and all of this to enjoy the game. You know what I mean? Yes, there is. There's a new one. to kind of herd me. I'm like a sheep. I'm like a sheep, right? And Devil's like Devil's like the shepherd. Like the shepherdess. Is that a thing?
Hey, it's Husky from Pluto.
This MP doesn't count because I just use it for weird to get it on the right screen. That's not my fault. That's my fault. I can't see it. I was listening. I wasn't saying it. Oh, I closed it and I didn't lose it. We're still not counting. My incompetence doesn't count as a tangent. Let's try that again. Oh yeah, since like 2020. To doing this again? Yes.
Excelsior!
This is not the ultimate tangent!
All right. Gotta reach for the phone right where it's at. All right, now I can finish, start a stream. Honkai Star Rail. I've seen it. I'm not particularly interested in that game. And I think it's a mobile game anyways. But where do we go with education in this country? Is right now, many politicians are attempting to heavily fucking privatize education. And in the process, they're trying to essentially kill public education in favor of private education institutions, which, to be fucking real about it, the vast majority of Americans can't afford private institution education. It is way too expensive. Like, if I had a kid, which, to the best of my knowledge, I don't have any children. And that is a failing of my life. Although there is a possibility I've got a kid or two out there running around that doesn't know jack shit about me. It's possible. Matter of fact, it's even likely to a certain degree. Neither here nor there. Point is, if I had a kid, even with like government assistance programs and shit, I could barely afford to send my kid to public school. God damn it. Hang on a minute. Knock on my goddamn door and fucking walk away. Fucking hate it when people do stupid shit like that. So I had to step off for a minute because somebody fucking knocked on my goddamn door. So I get up. To go see who the fuck's at my door. And ain't even nobody fucking at the door. Swear, if that's those fucking kids around here, knock and dash or whatever the fuck that that bullshit is that kids are doing today on fucking social media. I'm gonna find out who the parent of those kids are, and we're gonna have a fucking word about it. But getting back to today's educational discussion, aka rant, here's the thing. Like I was saying, if I had a kid, God damn it, give me a fucking minute. Did you guys just knock on my door like 2 minutes ago?
Yeah, we knocked on it before.
Next time, fucking give me a minute to get up off my chair so I can answer things. Because I was right over there, like 30 seconds from the door, but it takes me a minute to get up because I'm not young. Fucking knocking
We knocked
dash.
on both and they answered, so we got those taken care of real quick.
Don't mind him, he's fine. He'll just beg you for attention once he gets used to people being here in the house.
Have you been seeing any bugs lately?
Yeah, I see him.
Roaches?
Seen a few.
Okay.
Saw one in the bathroom just a few days back. They had fucking killed. You know, there's still an old one of those fuckers somewhere underneath that fridge. I don't know if it's any good or not. It's been there for months.
I threw it away. It was dated from February.
Well, it's been there for months. I haven't fucked with it. You guys are not the bug poke I'm used to seeing around here.
I'm the new maintenance on site, so I'm the new guy.
What happened to Julio?
I have no idea.
Not that he was an incredibly intelligent maintenance person to begin with, because I say that because of this. I had a discussion when they did the new doors,
Yeah.
the new locks on our doors, which I still don't fucking understand why that was necessary.
No.
But I had a discussion with him about the lack of fucking fire escapes on the building.
Oh yeah.
And he tried telling me several times during that like 10-minute discussion with the other guy that was sitting there with him that, oh, it's just all up the code, it's fine, you ain't got to worry about it. I'm like, motherfucker, I live in an apartment with one way in and one way out, door-wise. My only other ways to get the fuck out of here if there's something out in the hallway is through one of the windows or off my damn patio. I have 2 windows and a patio.
Right.
I have 4 potential exits, and 3 of them are bound to cause me injury, especially at 46 years old. I ain't trying to jump off that shit.
Right.
I land, I'm gonna get hurt.
You're right. I turned 45.
What the fuck is wrong with it? Why are there no fire escapes on any of the buildings? Like, I remember back in like the 80s, every building had a fire escape pretty much. Like every one of them. What the hell is going on with builders in so-called modern times that fucking put fire gates on there? It doesn't make any goddamn sense to me.
Call it the city. Call it the city and have them, because that's about the only way that we can get things changed.
Yeah, like they're gonna fucking listen to me or you. We know better than that, don't we, at this point?
Yeah.
Might want to do the bedroom because I see some bugs flying around in there. That's another thing about the way these buildings are designed. I understand. I kind of get why there's only the one light right there. I get that a little bit. There's no fucking light in these bedrooms. Not a one. I don't understand.
I think it's cut down on construction costs. That's my only guess.
It is the most retarded goddamn thing I've heard of. Because at night, those bedrooms, even if you have the shades up on both them windows, are dark as shit. Don't shut my damn lights off without asking, please.
Alright.
I have that light on for a reason, just like I got that light on for a reason, because I stream. I'm on stream right now. I kind of need light to see when people are talking in my chat. I gotta type shit.
That's valid. Oh, Seven's in chat.
What? No, I probably won't.
Oh, Seven's like a salute.
I don't know what that is. But if you're interested...
Oh, and then a 7. It makes a salute.
I don't think anybody I know is going to understand that.
That's valid.
But if you are interested in seeing me on stream, I'm Dark Simby on Twitch.
Alright.
Just look me up. I'm easy to find.
Okay. Have a good day, sir.
Don't call me sir, damn it. I'm only 46. All right. Sorry about that. It's fucking. We knew the bug guy was coming in this week. I didn't read the actual fucking date on the notice. Just knew he was coming. Apparently, the original knock was the bug guy. I guess he knocked on both the doors on my side of the building here, and then I guess my neighbors fucking answered quicker than me, so they just went in there and did their damn thing. I'm like, fucking annoying, because, like, I get up, I get over to the fucking door, because I'm thinking it's either a kid knocking to be a jerk. Wouldn't be the first time that happened. Or I'm thinking, it's my neighbor from the other side of the fucking building. And I look out my damn people, ain't fucking nobody there. I come to find out, apparently, the guy who's our maintenance fucking dude for a little bit fucking ain't our maintenance. Jesus Christ, we need to pick a goddamn maintenance guy and fucking stick with him. This is getting fucking ridiculous. I've lived here 4 years. We've had at least one new maintenance guy a year. Fucking complex is falling the fuck apart. But again, getting back to the educational discussion I was trying to have earlier, talking about like education. I talk about it because of that fucking idiot I ran into on Facebook Marketplace the other day. Because my interaction, I don't want to call it a discussion because, frankly, he was spouting bullshit, and I'm trying to give him factual information. It wasn't a discussion. It was me trying to wise him up a bit, and him not wanting to be wised up. About all that was. See if I can find that. Well, like I said, he made this post about looking for friends on Facebook Marketplace, but he said he hadn't won anybody over the age of 30. And my initial response to him, because again, initially I was just curious as to what his deal was. You know, why he would put that kind of a restriction on there. So I found the post and the conversation I had with this idiot. My initial response was, putting the restriction of nobody or the over 30 is going to be a hindrance to the guy getting a response. To which Mr. Aiden said, well, given I'm 18, obviously I want to hang with people close to my age. Okay, that's understandable. I don't want to hang with some 6-year-olds, and any adult over 30 that wants to hang out with a young man like me needs to be locked up. This is where problems with me and him started. Now, admittingly, that final sentence he puts up as a personal opinion. I'll give him that. Loosely, but it's still posted as a personal opinion. And that's when I started laying into him. I told him that's the most retarded, stupid, asinine, straight up fucking dumb thing I've ever heard. Anyone who would choose to hang out with 18-year-olds and is older than 30 should be locked up. I'd ask what the fuck's wrong with you. But that's too long a fucking list. And then I went on to tell him that, I'm 46. I hang out with folks of all ages. I'm damn proud because I've earned every year. And that his premise is it should... apparently, he's saying that it should be fucking illegal for me to talk and or hang out with anyone at or below age 18. And you give zero fucking evidence of that. And do you fucking know why you can't back up the premise? Because there's no fucking proof that exists to back it up because it's fucking retardedly stupid, you fucking idiot. Like, seriously, what the fuck is not wrong with you? It's a shorter list. And then he responds with this after I tell him that he has no proof that he can use to back that premise up. This is why I tell, and I've talked about education today. He says, and I'm reading this word for word, I don't need any proof to back up what I said because it was my opinion, not a fact. You say people above 30 should be allowed to talk to anyone at or below the age of 18, although I can guarantee you if you did that and got caught, you would be answering to the police. Just because you could do something doesn't mean you should. Feel free to stop responding to me. I'd rather talk to someone around my age with things I can actually relate with. So, of course I'm going to respond because that's dumber and shit. Because that response... he's not stating, even in the loosest of senses, an opinion. He's talking like that's actual factual fucking law, that if you're over the age of 30 and you're quote-unquote caught speaking with someone 18 or younger, that you would be answering to cops for it versus there being zero response. So I'm like, oh, fucking really? So if the cops found out I interact with anyone at or below 18 years old, I'd be in legal trouble, huh? Dumbass. Fucking prove it. Because if that was true, I couldn't speak to or interact with at least half my fucking nieces and nephews and many of my friends, you fucking moron. At which point he goes, I'm not even going to waste any more words on you. You're not worth it. Peace out, pedo. This is where I got really super pissed off with this clown. But yeah, I demand you call a cop and ask them whether or not it's legal for someone my fucking age to ever fucking interact at all in any way, shape, or form with folk who are 18 or fucking younger. Because now I'm straight up calling him out on the bullshit. Like, there's no pussyfooting, there's no, you know, softly dabbing around subject or any of that kind of bullshit. No, I am straight up calling out its lies and lack of education here at this point. And he's like, are you done yet? Good Lord, you act like a child even though you're a grown-ass man. Or AD, a grown-ass man. I'm not sure what that was supposed to be right there, the ADE. And I was like, fucking do it, you dumb fuck. Because any cop you ask that question to will answer that, yes, it's perfectly fucking legal for anyone of any fucking age to interact with anyone of any fucking age so long as they do not break the fucking law. And then that's also because I'd been typing out that one response when he typed out the pedo response. I didn't see that initially. I had to scroll back up to see it because I saw he responded. And then, so that's why this next one comes around. I also said, oh, now you're going to falsely accuse me of being a pedophile. You do know that's illegal, right? At which point he's like, are you done yet? Good Lord. And I was like, I could very fucking easily call a cop and file a fucking report against you for making a false criminal accusation. I could also legally fucking sue your dumbass in court for slander and fucking libel for falsely accusing me of being a pedo. At which point the moron left the chat with me. And again, this is why it's important it's important to be educated. You know what I'm saying? It's important to know what the fuck you're talking about before you start running your mouth off about something.
Someone from your camp has been snooping around and uncovered something. What exactly? Me and you both know exactly what. You frog-hopping, low-rate royal orphan. Amazonian meddling. What are you up to? And I couldn't stand for you keeping Mario to yourself while letting him collect dust. But I know the hold you have on him.
It's important for people to educate themselves. And, you know, there's another example of why this is as important as it is. It's not just that conversation with that particular moron who's an 18-year-old, allegedly, according to what he said. I can't verify his age. But he's obviously was just brought up completely fucking stupid. That's the long and short of it. His parents failed him, his relatives failed him, his friends failed him, the education system failed him, the adults in his life have failed him, and they all failed him miserably. There's probably a bunch of different reasons for why that happened. And we're not going to go into that. But it's obvious he got failed by the system in its entirety. It's the only reason that could possibly explain how fucking stupid that guy is. And it doesn't even matter if the guy is 18 or not. What matters is the lack of education he has. Some of what he said I actually understand. You know, he preferred to hang out with people his own age because he thinks he'd have more in common with them, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, I get that. I'm actually 100% okay with that. Don't have a problem. It's the claims that people over 30 who interact with in any way, shape, or form on any level for any reason with anybody 18 or younger should be locked up. And then the claim he made later, where the first claim was an opinion, loosely, but still it was an opinion. He then comes in and makes the literal fucking claim that if I were quote unquote caught interacting with someone 18 and younger at my fucking age, that I would have to answer to cops for it. That's where I had a fucking problem initially. And then he compounded the problem by calling me a pedophile. Because he knew that the responses I was giving him, telling him how wrong he is, were correct. I know he knew it, because then he responds with, well, I just don't want to talk to you anymore, you're a pedo, and blah, 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 blah. Just bullshit. That's where I started having fucking issues with the guy and his lack of education. But there's worse examples of educational lack in today's world and society. And I'm going to bring up one of the ones, and I've talked about this before.
demographic should not be 22. That's crazy.
I'm gonna bring it up. So, the Second Amendment to the American Constitution is the one that everybody keeps trying to use to justify the ability to buy, own, and or carry and or use weapons. Specifically guns. It's supposedly the pro-gun amendment. Except when one reads that particular amendment, that's not what the amendment actually says.
You know what though? It was that hot as I suggested.
So the Second Amendment reads,
Who will help an old beggar?
a well-regulated militia, being necessary for the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed.
Hello, my friend. It is good to see. Only quality goods for sale here. What can I interest you in? An excellent bargain.
So whenever I try it, it really goes through this.
So let's break that down a bit.
Pleasure doing business with you.
Tell your friends.
Please return soon. It's always a pleasure to see you.
So let's look at the term militia. A well-regulated militia, being necessary to the security of a free state. What are they talking about here? Well, basically what they're saying is that in order for the U.S. to remain free, because this is written shortly after we won our freedom in war from England. In order for the U.S. to remain free, we need a well-regulated militia. Now, militia in this context is referring to what at the time was the standing military of the United States of America. Because you have to remember, it was going to be years after the Second Amendment was written, ratified, and added to the Constitution that America would develop an actual official standing military. It's going to be at least 30 or 40 years after this that we get our own standing military, at a minimum. So, militia, in the context of the language of the Second Amendment, is referring to what was, at the time, the current standing military of the United States. All right? That's what they're talking about. And then they go on to say, after a well-regulated militia being necessary for the security of a free state. So they're, in this case, they're not referring to the U.S. per se. You know, those originally 13 states, which were the original colonies. Technically, there were originally 14 colonies, what with Roanoke, but we still haven't figured out what happened to Roanoke. It disappeared before our war for freedom. So it's saying, being necessary to the security of free states. So in this case, they're actually referring to each individual state that at the time made up the original 13 states of the United States of America. But they are also very loosely, very vaguely referring to the U.S. at the time as a whole. So that's what they're talking about with that second part here. Being necessary to the security of a free state. They're referring specifically and directly to each individual state and the militias that patrol the borders of those states to keep them free. They're also loosely referring to the United States as a whole. The right of the people to keep and bear arms. Now, here's where it gets very interesting. Because people today are taking the word arms to just mean guns. Guns, 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 guns. It's always fucking about guns. Thanks to the NRA. And their propagandist bullshit. I would fucking dissolve the NRA if I became president. They are one of the most dangerous legal organizations in the country. But that's today, that wasn't then. NRA didn't exist back then, so that's just a little side note. So what they're talking about, they use the term arms, the word arms. Most people today's world don't understand the definition of the word that is being used in the Second Amendment. So if you look up dictionary definitions of the word arms, now the dictionary definition of the term arms that is being used in this context refers to weapons and weaponry as legally defined by local, state, and federal governments. Does that include firearms? Yes. Absolutely. Firearms, explosives, certain types of knives, swords, bows and arrows, etc. All legally defined as weapons. And there's a list on local, state, and federal levels of what is legally considered to be a weapon. So, to read this using modern terminology, the Second Amendment would read something along these lines. A well-regulated military being necessary to the security of a free United States, the right of the people to keep and bear weapons or weaponry shall not be infringed. That would be using more modern language, current in today's world. That would be how the Second Amendment would read. Now, you got to break this down quite a bit. So they say a well-regulated militia or military. So the Second Amendment is basically saying that the only people who have any right to keep and bear weapons or weaponry are members of the military on active duty service who are in the midst of performing their actual duties at the moment. So if you're in the military, you're on active duty, but your current duty hours are over, you do not have the right to bear weapons and to keep weapons. They have to be placed in a secure location that you can easily reach should an emergency arise, but you cannot keep and bear them on you when you're not actively performing your duties as a member of the military. That's what the Second Amendment says. Now, here's the thing. For the better part of 2 centuries, after the official formation of the United States, which happened before December 17th, 1791, which is when the Second Amendment was officially added as an amendment to the Constitution. Okay? Keep that in mind. Okay. Second Amendment came like a decade or so after we established ourselves as the United States of America after the Revolutionary War. Okay. So for the better part of 2 centuries, the common American did not have the right, because of the Second Amendment, to buy, own, carry, and or use weapons. And Americans were getting pissed about it. A bunch of people threw a fucking hiss fit, and so the Supreme Court, rather, back in like the 1950s or 1960s, went back, looked at the Second Amendment, and made the wrongful decision that the Second Amendment granted common Americans the right to purchase, own, carry, and or use weapons, specifically firearms. It was very much a fucking landmark Supreme Court decision that even to this day, based on the language of the Second Amendment, makes absolutely no fucking sense. It just does not. Because nowhere in the language of the Second Amendment does it grant the common American the right to keep and bear arms. Nowhere. I've read exactly to you what the Second Amendment was written as, how it was written, and I've even redefined the writing for modern language. Nowhere in the language of the Second Amendment is the right of the common American to keep and bear arms given. It's just not there. But Americans keep continuing to attempt to argue that it does give us that right. It does not. And again, this is a lack of the educational system. On the part of the politicians, it's related to greed. On the part of lobbyists, and politicians, inspired by the ultra wealthy who seek to foment conflict everywhere they go. But people have used falsified arguments to justify the right of the common individual to keep and bear arms, despite the fact that the exact language of the Second Amendment doesn't allow that at all. This is why I say that education is incredibly fucking important.
It was a statement. What? Snakes can be in boxes now?
This is why I say that it's incredibly important for people to be correctly educated about things. Because it's gaps in people's education on these types of subjects that are creating the kinds of crises that America is facing. If people were properly educated, as they should be, if people knew how to properly read and comprehend the way they should, the Supreme Court would never have been allowed to make the decision in the 1950s or the 1960s that they made. It could not have fucking happened. And we wouldn't have the gun crisis that we have today. But unfortunately, our education system has proven to be very lacking, and thus the pressure from fledgling groups like the NRA were allowed to foster and foment the situation that we face here today. And people are like, well, you can't have a free society without people being allowed to own guns and blah, 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 blah. But yet, there are so many countries around the world which very clearly demonstrate the falsehood of that statement. Denmark, and so many others, Greenland, so many other fucking places where very few people are allowed to own firearms, much less any other form of weaponry.
Who will help an old beggar?
And their societies fucking flourish.
Hello, my friend.
They have,
It is good to see.
at the most,
Only quality goods for sale here. What can I interest you in?
about a quarter, at most,
That's a good deal.
of the gun violence that America suffers from on a regular basis. Think about that for a minute.
Come back and see me. Please return soon. It's all.
At most, they have a fourth of the cases of gun violence that America does every year. I think the average right now is around an 8th to a 16th of the gun violence that America suffers from. Think about what that fucking means. One Supreme Court decision. Because that's what we're talking about here. A single Supreme Court fucking decision. One. Only one. Has resulted in America, because of a massive lack of education, having more gun violence in any given year than the next 2 to 3 countries around the world combined. Think about what that fucking means for a minute. More gun violence every year than the next 2 to 3 closest countries in the world combined is here in the U.S. All because of a lack of proper education. Think about what that means. And it's all because of a massive educational gap. That's what it's all about. A massive gap in education. Has created a situation in America where we are single-handedly the most violent country on the planet. And much of that violence is gun violence. And there are so many examples
I will find a way.
across the world where it's been demonstrated very clearly that that doesn't need to be the case. This demonstrates 100% the absolute need for proper education across the planet. Because if we had proper education, we wouldn't have these problems. This is why it's so important. And this is why I'm harping on about proper education today. This is why I'm saying that American citizens need to fight back against this desire by our politicians, fomented and inspired by the ultra wealthy, to force American education into private schooling only. Look at what's happened when we've had public schooling. Look at where we're at just for that. And then think about how much worse it would get if full control of education was given to the private sector and they were allowed to control the decisions on education. We already know that education in the U.S. is absolute shit. It's been proven time after time. How much worse would that educational system be if Americans allowed the politicians, at the behest of the ultra wealthy, to have complete and utter control over it, thus allowing them to privatize it and essentially ruin education for the majority of Americans because we could not afford to receive that education. This is the inherent danger that we're facing right now as a country. This is why I'm speaking about this today. Thought there might have been at least one more opponent back there. Alright. You know what? Fuck it. We'll put lightning bolt in there. Shocking burst. Except for Magicka. Whee! Alright, Mystic.
What's the matter? Getting tired? Who's there?
Come here, bitch. That's right. Run that way, motherfucker. Oh, I don't know what that is, but What the fuck were these people fucking doing here? Looked like they opened up a portal to the Daedric realm. They were just fucking around with shit they shouldn't ought to been. Either way, they got some pretty nasty shit around here. Lady butt. Lady boob. Kind of looks like she may have been affected with vampirism, though. There we go. You didn't need to be sitting on the door. Alright, Pokeballs in the chat, folks. Pokeballs in the chat. There's that. La da da da. cool. That had a soul in it.
Concentrating on shooting. Okay, we're gonna start this again. Hi, Gemma. How you doing,
Big alligator looking motherfucker. Broken Daedric statue, by the look of it. Alright. Well, I've gone about as far into here as I'm gonna get. By all appearances. I guess I could go check that one door. Says I need a key for it. I don't think I've found one. Yeah, no key. Alright, should be a chest right, yep, right there. I'm leaving. Go ahead, just keep working on that conjuration. Now remember, the raids I'm making today are to make the money I need to upgrade my castle. Now that I've fully and successfully upgraded my pirate cove. I also need to purchase a new goddamn horse. Figure out a way to get a new goddamn horse anyways. Yeah, I know I'm over encumbered, you dumb fuck. I'm aware of this. Also looking to buy spells for conjuration. Specifically spells that let me summon assistance in a fight. Like scamps and skelly warriors, shit like that. And I really need to up conjuration if I'm going to be able to do that. And right now I've got conjuration fucking 36. It's not bad. It could be better. Oh, shit. Need to do this.
Stop using the F word on... Stop using the F word on this platform. Fuck you. You're a fucking wanker. We're gonna punch you right in the balls. Stop using the F word on this platform. Fuck you. You're a fucking wanker. We're gonna punch you right in the balls. Stop using the F. My name's Daniel. I'm 33 years old.
Hello, Crispy Bean. Thank you for the follow. So tell me, Crispy, how'd you find me? Ooh, Fallout 76. Not one of the better Fallout titles. Ah, coolness. Well, I certainly appreciate it. I am the almighty Zimby. I play a wide variety of games with a specialization in RPG / JRPG style gaming. I also have rewards that you can earn, which can create situations where I play games of your choosing. My bots will sort of talk about how my redeems work. A little bit. I also have the Pokemon Community bot. And I am a member of multiple streamer-based Discords. I'm going to post several of those in the chat. I'm going to start with my own Discord. That is my personal Discord server, which I'm trying to get up and running and hopping. That's Streamer's Paradise. That's the Unknown Discord. That's literally the name, is the Unknown. This is my buddy Niso and his sister's Discord server. Chaos. Organized Chaos. This is Off the Mat coming. My buddy Cheeseburger server. Appropriately named the Burger server. My buddy Cod God Maverick server. And finally, my buddy Quinn's server. Feel free to join any or all of those servers or none of them. I also classify as a retro variety game streamer. I am also very much, just so you're aware, I don't want any potential issues over this. I am very much an 18 fucking plus streamer. 46 years old. I give short shrift to people's bullshit, and I kind of do things my way. So I'm Gen X, proud of it, big mouth, and not shy about saying what I mean and meaning goddamn well what I say. Just so you're aware that that's something that in my stream you'll end up having to fucking deal with on a regular basis. Stupid fucking crabs. Hey, conjuration's at 38. Give me a minute. All right, quick bathroom break, coffee run. Be back. Hang tight. Okay, sorry about that, folks. What is that right there? Oh, that's... Okay, I know what that is. Welcome in, Midoriya. So am I to assume after my conversations with you two yesterday, you and Rose are good? Don't call me sir, goddammit. I'm only 46 years old. I ain't that old yet. Welcome in, fucking Rose. I'll tell you both like I told you in the fucking Discord. Take your fucking meds. Eat a minimum 2 solid meals a fucking day. And I'm gonna add something. Be honest with each other. No lies, no bullshit. I saw it, Mystic. I chose to ignore it. Just like I ignored the second time that fucking Mid and or Rose did it. I don't ignore you, woman. I do not. Also, when you went to go live today, you didn't post in the stream or in the Discord. In mine, anyways. Ah, okay. Old Ma. Bitch, I am a dude. Who the fuck you calling Ma? And Rose, I don't give a damn what you call me as long as you don't call me late for dinner. And Rose, from here on, if anybody gets to bully you about doing what you're supposed to do, it's me, goddammit. Now that's my job. I'm the old man around here. My job to make sure you take care of yourself. Now, for those of you watching, I'm sure Mystic probably understands why I keep doing this. Those of you wondering why I keep using magic to summon this blade that you see me doing, it's because in this game, unlike in Skyrim, in order to upgrade a skill, make it stronger, better, more powerful, etc., you have to actually use that fucking skill. Now, the blade that I'm using, that I'm summoning, is a conjuration skill. I'm trying to improve conjuration magic so I could summon things like storm atronachs and skeletons and stuff to help me fight. Since I'm a warrior, it's the kind of magic I want. If you're wondering why I'm moving so goddamn slow right now, it's because I am, as you see on the screen, if you're looking upper left, I am over encumbered. Meaning I'm carrying too much fucking weight for the amount of strength. I don't hug trees. I don't know what you're trying to say with that, Rose.
How goes it?
I wonder if that's the one horse.
Go ahead.
astronaut. The Count is true. The Count. Silly swimmer, certain. You do.
I'm listening.
How do you do? If you are looking to buy... The Count... I think all Bogram grow Galash. Be seeing you.
Ooh, Turtle Bear on a 3-watch streak.
This is the Bayroom. You must... Go ahead. That will get you something. We have... What a pity. We have... How? Take care.
I appreciate the compliments, Mid. Thank you.
Well, at least they're slow, not too bright.
All right, let's get some Pokeballs in chat, folks.
It is good to... I understand old Dovin Aren can still...
May I interest you in some of my fine wares?
You've made a good bit of gold. That's a good deal. A good price. That's... And that's a fair deal. You've made a good bit of gold. You drive a hard bargain. That's more than I'd usually pay.
You got a great deal there. That...
Tell your friends about me.
Please, return soon. It's always a pleasure.
Do you need something?
I understand. The Fighters Guild is hiring new members. It's not bad work.
Do you
for
know
someone.
Dalgloshan?
I've heard others say the same.
He's good with my honor. But you need to look out like Roshan's the one to talk to. Who said this?
What can I do? I understand. Have a look around. You won't find better prices in all Tamriel. A pledge. Bye. Go ahead. May I interest you in some of my fine wares? Take care. I see you. Hello.
I'm gonna have to go check with my pirate crew, see what they've managed to pull for me. Because in this game, apparently you get bases and castles and shit you can do stuff with that can help make you like money and stuff, which is fucking cool. I love that.
Hello. Yeah. We take care.
What? Be seeing you.
Alright, time to go raid another location. What the hell? Oh. I got my fucking horse. What the fuck is a goddamn Timberwolf doing in here? Alrighty, Pokeballs into chat, folks! Cool.
yourselves. Mom gasped, then snapped. Ungrateful. That's what you are. You'll regret this. Dad growled something in the background, but I didn't wait. I hung up, slammed the phone on the sink, and stood there chesting. My hands shook, but I felt lighter, like I'd finally cut a rope that had been choking me. I didn't sleep much after that. Rallying my siblings to come back.
Thank you so much again, Pixie.
No one knows what to do
You
with
have
kids.
a
They're
great
fighting
night.
back. I stared at him.
Oh, ooh, look at that. Ebony armor looks nice.
Works on pretty quick.
Oh, that's fucking pretty.
She rang up a guy at a fish tank, Jack. You look like you punched someone. What's up?
I shrugged, muttered, family crap. And she didn't push. But after our shift, she cornered me by the lockers. There's a photography class tonight. Friend of mine runs it. You should come. Get your head straight. I didn't feel
Woof, woof, bitch.
fine, I said, grabbing my camera. The class was in a warehouse. A dozen people with tripods and boxes. I felt out of place with my pawn shop joker, but the guy leading it, a wiry dude named Paul, didn't care. He talked about
What's the point of fucking lying? I'm old, I'm horny. Sure. No fucking issues with that.
You've got an eye. Keep going. It wasn't much, but it stuck with me. I never thought I'd have anything that was important. That night, I lay awake. Thought about Sheila, the way she didn't treat me like a ghost, and Paul's words about seeing stories. Maybe I could be more than that grunt.
Whoa, it's a headless statue. What the fuck happened here? Almost looks like when they were building this place, they put the statue here, didn't realize how low they were going to make that ceiling, and it might have broken off the head of the statue. But the sword here being broke, that's deliberate.
I've been in the city 3 months when Dad showed up. By then, I carved out a rhythm. Shifts, late nights with the camera, a life that didn't revolve around anyone else's demands. The room was shots of the dogs. Work them. Go somewhere. I was beginning to believe it. That day I was behind the counter, writing down the espresso machine when the door swung open. And there he was. Dad, gray hair thinner, shoulders hunched. Scowl I'd known since I was a kid. My hands froze mid-wipe. He scanned the place, locked eyes on me, and marched over like he owned me. The teenage glanced up, then away. Sheila raised an eyebrow from the register.
She knows how I am. She's been around me long enough to know.
My jaw tightened. I hadn't heard from him since the call, since Hawaii fell apart. Now here he was, uninvited in my space. I nodded to the back, let him pass the lockers to a corner where the other fridge covered us. What do you want? I asked, crossing my arms. He shifted, uncomfortable like he wasn't used to me standing tall. You took off, he said. Left us in a mess. Hawaii didn't happen, couldn't without you. Family's been scrambling ever since. I stared at him, waiting. He rubbed his neck, muttered, I didn't think you'd stay gone.
I
Oh, hey, look, Pokeballs in the chat, folks. Let's get those Pokeballs in the chat. Come on, motherfuckers, let's get this done. Good job, Mr. Skeleton. It's not even telling you what your Poké-Dollar balance is. Oh, there it is. 44,242. Not bad. Not bad. But not good either. Check that shit out. Just bought 100 Pokeballs. And I still have damn near 1 billion. Plus 22 motherfucking shinies. Sup, bitches? Excuses, excuses, Midoriya. Fucking wolf got his head stuck in the fucking gate. That looks like a hidden door. That kind of does too. Oh shit. Let's go here.
My parents announced at their wedding anniversary dinner, but we are going to Hawaii next week with the entire family for another party. Everybody was happy. Then I asked them, what time is the departure? Dad replied, of course you don't know because you were not part of us. You can stay behind and take care of all the kids. Then I dropped them off, and I stood in the kitchen, apron smeared with grease, flipping burgers on the grill while the house buzzed around me. My parents' 40th anniversary party was unassuming. 40 years of age, celebrated with a backyard barbecue. My hands were fast, food coming. My siblings awkwardly sat Jen lounged at the picnic table, laughing with their spouses and letting their kids run by. Setting up chairs, streaming lights, chasing after my nephew. Kate was watching that. At 35, I was the eldest, the one who made things work, always had been. The noise hit a peak when Dad clinked his beer bottle with a fork, standing up like some king about to decree something. Mom leaned against him with red wine, and the crowd hushed.
I'm just warming up, you pathetic world. This is the part where you fall down and bleed to death. I've fought mud crabs more fearsome than you. Come to me, sweet flesh!
Fucking right, I'd shoot someone if they tried to steal a dog. Especially if that was my motherfucking dog. Except, because I don't personally believe in guns. I think they're bullshit. I think they're a pussy's way of ending a fight. I wouldn't shoot nobody. I'd beat their ass and stab them to death. And then, once they were dead, I'd piss on their fucking corpse. And somehow, I don't think I'm the only one that would react in that kind of a fashion to save a dog. I think a lot of the people that come to my chat rooms would react in that kind of fashion to save a pup. I gotta go to the bathroom, grab some coffee. I'll be right back. Y'all hang tight. Oh shit, I missed Turtle Bear's fucking bits and a 10 streak. Thank you, Turtle Bear. Pokeballs. Let's get those Pokeballs. think I've gathered everything that I picked up here. I leave something, I leave something.
During those 60 days, I did something else. I reached out to every family they'd dismissed over the years. The ones whose kids weren't athletic enough, whose daughters were whose children needed their precious support. Together, a sports organization. One that valued all kids, not just the stars. One that provided transportation for families who needed it. One that understood sometimes parents were deployed or single or struggling. We called it Emma's League. The irony wasn't lost on anyone when we ended up renting my parents' former shop space after they couldn't afford the new rates. Dylan's trophies, which they'd had to remove from the display cases, ended up in their garage. Last I heard, Mom backed over one while rushing to his bowling practice. The grand opening of Emma's League was on a Saturday. Marcus wore his dress uniform. Emma, in a tiny bowling shirt someone had made for her. Dr. Chin cut the ribbon. The place was packed with families who'd found support and community in our program. My parents drove by. I saw their cars slow down. Saw them looking at the transformed space. At the photos in the window. Not just of winners, but of every kid who participated. At the prominent sign. Founded in honor of Emma Martinez, whose first journey taught us that no one should walk alone. They didn't stop. They didn't come in. But I saw Mom's face through the windshield. Saw the moment she understood what they'd lost. Not just a building. Not just a business. But a daughter who would have given them everything. A granddaughter they'd never know. A son-in-law who'd served his country with honor. All for the price of a car ride. That night, as I nursed Emma in our new house, the one Marcus and I bought with the income from our property investment, I thought about that walk. How every agonizing step had led me here. How the blood I'd shed had watered the seeds of something beautiful. They'd been right about one thing. I had walked before, but they'd never expected where I'd walked to. The last time I heard from them was a year later. Dylan had blown out his knee, ending his bowling career. Without their shop, without their reputation, without their golden child success to define them, they'd become just another bitter couple wondering why their daughter never called. Meanwhile, Emma's League thrived. We expanded to 3 locations. We provided scholarships for equipment, travel support for tournaments, and, most importantly, we never left anyone behind. Every month, on the anniversary of that walk, I take Emma to the park. She toddles now, determined and strong, as I watch her explore the story. Version, of course. I'll wait for you, I say, and someday, when you're big, you'll walk walk alone. Because that's the thing about walking. It's not just about the destination. It's about who walks with you and who drives away.
These long, slow walks do at least give me the opportunity to work on that conjuration skill a bit.
Nasty Animal Beefs, Part 3, with my sister-in-law, and Nasty Animal Beefs, Part 3. We're gonna need the whole video for this one, because the closest thing to on-site nature is the game war between the mongoose and the snake. This beef is so ripe with the survival of one quite literally depends on the death of the other. Mongoose will harass, kill, and eat snakes because they became venom resistance and they forgot how to act. But notice I said resistance, not immunity, because they're not completely immune. If a cobra gets too many hits on it, the mongoose will drop, and sometimes the snake will eat it. Meaning this might be the only beef where both sides eat each other. But the worst version of this beef is between the black mamba and the mongoose. The black mamba can flatline a man in 40 minutes, and one bite can hurt 50.
Hey, Danny boy! Danny boy, oh, Danny boy, the pipes are playing. O'er the hills and down the mountainsides. I still don't understand why the hell you ever changed your name from Danny. Or Daniel.
It's true what others are saying. The batch is lost. The Daver, they swarmed in. The town guard never had a chance.
So I've heard.
You see,
Oh shit, I missed the Krabby.
Hello. It is good to offer the finest goods and lowest prices in all Sylvan. You've made a good... You drive... You... That's a... That's a fair deal. You drive a hard bargain. That's a fair deal. That's an excellent bargain.
You've made a good... That's a good deal.
Thank you for your patronage.
Please, return soon. It's always...
I'm here to relieve you. It's about time.
I've sold some things there. Thorinir is an odd one. Heard any news from the other provinces?
They say syndicates of wizards that a boycott of Nero.
Good morning.
It seems some satire has...
Don't be the last to read today's Black Horse Courier.
Give me a minute. chat, I'm looking at something. You guys are going to see a blue screen for a minute. I need to check something real quick. So give me a minute. Alright, the blue screen of death that you were seeing should be going away shortly. Like I said, I had to check something on my PlayStation. Specifically, I was checking some games on a list for somebody who has a redemption available that they just earned.
should have taken a short, not a long. Yeah, cut.
Just a reminder that tarantulas are known to kidnap frogs and keep them as pets.
I'm Nathan, 30 years old as of last Saturday. Though honestly, it didn't feel like much of a milestone. I spent the day alone in my apartment, watching reruns of
All right, sorry. Small conversation.
eating a slice of cheesecake I picked up the night before from the 24-hour grocery store around the corner. I didn't expect a party or anything grand, just a phone call. Maybe a happy birthday text from an emoji. But instead, around 9:47 p.m., long after the sun had set and the silence had started to settle, I got a message from my mom. Hope you had cake or something. That was it. No call, no visit, not even a follow-up. To most people, that might be disappointing. But for me, it was a slow burn on top of a bonfire that had been smoldering for years. I've always been the reliable one in the family, the fixer, the buffer between chaos and consequences. My parents had struggled financially ever since my dad, business partner, vanished with half the company funds 5 years ago. I stepped in quietly, not because they asked, but because I couldn't stand seeing the foreclosure notices on the kitchen counter during visits. I began covering their mortgage, their home insurance, and even their cable subscription. That added up to about $3,000 a month, almost half of my take-home pay. I never told friends, not even my girlfriend at the time. We left after 1 too many late rent payments on our side. It was always, it's family. I have to. My sister, Danielle, on the other hand, has always managed to avoid responsibility like it was her full-time job. 2 years older, still living with them, still figuring things out. She works part-time at a boutique she hates, dates guys who cycle in and out like Wi-Fi signals, and somehow never contributes to anything, but has opinions on everything.
See, it's 8,
$100 for the internet bill. She laughed
11.
That's your thing, Nate. You're good with money. You like doing this stuff. As if being responsible was a hobby. The message from my mom was just the last straw. Not because it was mean, but because it was so hollow. No thought, no warmth. It made everything I'd sacrificed feel like a line item they'd grown to expect. And just when I was letting that sink in, a week later, she texted
All right, 6.
and out of nowhere, we're throwing Dad's retirement party next weekend. $2,500 per person. Venmo me when you can. You're invited. No mention of my birthday. No apology for forgetting. Just a bold-faced ask for cash. I read the message twice. Then again, I wasn't even angry. I was numb. That cold, blank kind of numb that says you've given more than enough. It was the clearest I'd felt in months. That night, I logged into every portal I'd been quietly funneling money through. The mortgage account, the utilities, the cable provider, and stopped the auto payments. It took under 6 minutes. Just a few clicks, and that was it. No angry message. No rant. I didn't feel the need to explain myself anymore. I was done carrying the weight of people who didn't care enough to even acknowledge my existence unless it came with a dollar sign attached. By day 3, the silence was broken. Not with an apology or concern, but with a text from Danielle. Did you stop paying? I didn't answer immediately. I let it sit. I let them wonder while the lights flickered, the internet vanished, and the bills they hadn't looked at in years started stacking at the door. When I finally replied, my words, guess you should have seen me a slice. But that's not where this ends. Not even close. Because when I thought that was the peak of their entitlement, what happened next made me question if they ever really saw me as a son at all, or just a wanted paycheck. It's fun. See, 3 days after I sent that message, I got a call from my mom I didn't answer, then another, and another. By the time the voicemail alert popped up, I knew something was coming, but I didn't expect the voicemail to say what it did. I put it on speaker as I cleaned my kitchen, and as her voice cracked through the phone, something in
of Lenormand. I heard she was climbing up the chapel just so she could jump off.
She likes jumping off things. That's because she's an idiot.
So I've heard.
Have you ever seen Irene Metric move? Amazing.
She's something else. I've heard she'll train others as well.
What's the news from the other parts of Tamriel?
Greetings to you.
I understand Daedra worship
from
has
the
become
Arcane
increasingly
University is
prevalent
looking
in
for
the
someone to
Somerset
chase the
Isle.
bandits
The
from
Ultima
Canvale.
have powerful wizards.
Probably trying to enhance
Dangerous
her weird
situation.
machine.
Bye.
Go on. Bye.
I'm only
How goes
blessings
it?
of
Savari? I agree. Good
Nothing
day.
I'd like to talk about.
Oh?
I shopped at 3 Brothers.
It is good as... May I interest you in some of my fine wares? That? You got...
Alright, I need at least 5,000 for what I'm going to do. Plus some extra, so I have extra money. And I now have almost 3,000.
Hello? Do you know Dull Groshouch? I understand he's good with light armor.
He can teach you a lot about
What is it?
What's new with you?
They say syndicates of wizards have led a boycott of Imperial goods in the land of the Ultima.
It seems Somerset Isle has become a much more dangerous place.
Good day.
Farewell.
Alright, time to go check on my, my pirates, see if they have any money for me. Apparently they're still out making money for me. Alright. I'm good with that. I do need to come take a rest real quick, though. They've got a level up coming to me. Alright, pretty close to what I actually need. Where's the one guy I need?
Well met. What? Of course.
Hello.
Made a shit ton of fucking money.
Have mercy. Just one coin.
Hello, my friend. It is. I offer the finest goods and lowest prices in all Syria. You drive a hard bargain. That's a good deal. That seems a fair price. That...
Tell your friends about me.
Please, return soon.
It's all...
my sister's wedding, Mom texted, "You're a disgrace. Stay the hell away from her day." After I covered $6,000 in deposits. So I transferred $24,000 in remaining bills to my sister's dead husband and watched them panic. Then I exposed their lies. Now make her dream wedding happen.
Ooh, an expert mortar and pestle. Nice. Come here, you son of a bitch.
Here not long ago. I can't stand those things.
Hello, my friend. It is. What can I interest you in? An excellent bargain.
I know I've got one of those. Pretty sure I've got one of those, but we'll find out.
You got a great deal there.
So that on their wedding day, everyone would know that her husband was the one who made it all happen. I'd already paid the deposit.
Thank you for your business.
Please, return soon. It's always a pleasure.
Um.
Pleasure to see you.
I gotta remember, who is it I'm supposed to talk to for this? Okay, so I need to go to the Merchant's Inn.
Asking for a single call.
Hello.
Have
I understand
pity
Daedra
on an
worship has
old
become
war
increasingly
veteran.
prevalent in the summer.
Trevor signed everything with the confidence of a man who thought he was getting a good deal. Stacy signed as co-authorizer with Horace.
What is it? What do you... Farewell.
Allow me to extend. I have everything here. Let's do business.
Alright, so that's gonna be a lot more expensive than I anticipated. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. It's 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That is 20,440.
Sunday came and went without any frantic calls, which meant they hadn't figured out the
Goddamn. Well, let's start doing it.
started hitting Trevor's accounts like missiles finding their targets. The venue called first around 9, him asking for final payment of $12,000 in change by Wednesday to confirm Saturday's booking. Then the caterer called about the $8,500 final balance due Thursday. The florist followed Tuesday morning.
Tell your friend.
Farewell.
By Tuesday afternoon, Trevor's panic had reached biblical proportions. My phone rang around 3 p.m. It was Trevor, and he sounded like a man watching his financial life flash.
Greetings. Isn't the Gilded Carafe a night?
What kind of mistake? They're all calling me for payment. Like full payment, $24,000 worth of payments. Right? That's what we discussed when you signed the contracts. You wanted to be the provider, remember? But I didn't realize it was that much money all at once. Can we work something out? The desperation in his voice was beautiful. This was the same guy who spent months talking down to me. I'm not sure what to do. Trevor, you signed contracts taking responsibility for those payments. The vendors are just doing their job. But I don't have
Spare a coin for the infirm.
Looks like you're handy with a blade.
He was broke, probably drowning in debt from trying to maintain his lifestyle on an insurance adjuster salary. That sounds like a problem between you and your creditors. I'm sure you'll figure something out. You're good with money, right? Business school and all that. You don't know. Alan called me an hour later, laughing so hard he could barely talk. Apparently, Trevor had posted on Facebook asking if anyone knew any short-term lending options for unexpected expenses, and the comments were brutal. Stacy called that evening, crying. Trevor was having a panic attack, calling everyone he knew, trying to borrow money. His parents couldn't help. honest about what the contracts meant. The fact that he'd been too arrogant to pay attention to the numbers wasn't my problem. Alan drove by the job site around noon and found me eating lunch in my truck while my family continued their dramatic
Have you heard any word about the other provinces?
I understand Daedra worship has become increasingly prevalent.
The wedding was supposed to happen in 24 hours, and Trevor still didn't have the money. The vendors were
It is
Stacy was having daily meltdowns, and I was getting
only quality goods for sale here. What can I interest you in?
weight of their own arrogance. Friday evening, Trevor called one last time. Darren, don't do anything. I'll apologize.
You've made
I'll admit I was wrong about everything. I'll make sure everyone knows you're the one who made this wedding possible. Just please pay the vendors.
come back and see me. Please return soon. It's always a pleasure.
His wedding was now begging me to save his ass. That's a generous offer, Trevor. But you know what? I think you got this handled. You don't have to provide. Saturday morning was beautiful. Perfect wedding weather. I spent at home drinking coffee on my deck. My phone was buzzing constantly with updates I didn't ask for, but Alan kept me informed. The wedding had moved to the city park. You know, the one with the rusty playground equipment and the geese. Stacy was wearing her dress, but the reception was basically a potluck in the pavilion. Trevor's cousin brought a cooler of Bud Light. The photographer
bitch! Shut your mouth. I don't like killing dogs. In any game? But seriously, if these motherfuckers are gonna keep attacking me, I'm gonna defend myself, goddammit. They want to live, leave me alone. I ain't trying to hurt them. That's fucking gross.
I need to tell you guys about how I made my kid into a D&D griefer. I ran stamp, and I told him my first D&D character was named Jocelyn, very high charisma, low intelligence sorcerer. And one time she got so mad at her party, she kind of fireballed in an area that hit her friend. Anyway, good luck, have fun. By the end of the week, I checked into it with her, and I was like, hey, what was your character's name? She was like, my first D&D character's name is Carmilla. And I ended up having to kill all my party members multiple times. I was like, what? Turns out the boys in the group wanted to kill all the animals, and she and the other girls wanted to befriend them all. They ended up attacking an owlbear, and she just left the group. And she said, if you try to kill an owlbear, I will slaughter you. That's my girl. I can tell you guys about mine if I can't give it to you. So I went to drop her off at the museum.
They told me I could get rich flipping houses. If they meant getting rich with problems, they were right. Look at this shithole. It's got more mold than a frat house after spring break. And don't get me started on working with the contractors. Been through 5 on this house alone. These guys got more problems than Justin Bieber at a kitty party.
Don't listen to the 10X guy. They said, what does he know about real estate?
You should have been buying apartments this whole time. But I had to listen to Aunt Karen. It's too complicated, she said. It requires too much money, she said. Why don't you flip a house? It looks so easy on TV. Yeah, real easy, Aunt Karen. The only real estate you've ever owned is 3 inches between your ears. And even that's under foreclosure. Good news is that I'm cheaper than perhaps the pillow guy. Just saw one yesterday for a free training on buying apartments. Click the link below if you want to join me there. Oh yeah, one more thing. Any interest in buying a newly renovated house? They told me I could get rich flipping houses. If they met...
Dude, I'm so excited for this new Night Rain boss. Are you sure we're ready for this fight?
And R-Truth, for those that don't know, is one of the most genuinely hilarious people, not wrestlers, people in general. How did you go week after week without breaking more than you did every now and then?
I was about to say, oh man, I remember Hunter telling me, he said, you have a horrible poker face. And I was like, stop putting me on TV with this guy. You know, I was like, it's the one guy, like nobody else has done that, but he is. But then not too long after that, he broke Hunter on TV, and I ran into Gorilla just to go back and let me see. I told him, and he started laughing. He goes, that guy is he's one and only, you know, and he really is. Yeah, it was horrible. The only saving grace is that some of those backstage segments are people that were pre-taped, so we could do them again.
And R-Truth, for those that don't know, is one of the most genuinely hilarious people in general. How did you go week after week?
My name is Kieran. I'm 29. And for the last
I appreciate the compliment, Midoriya.
still love you the way they used to. I'm not some tragic case. No criminal record. No bitter scandal. No dramatic fallout. Just a guy who drifted away from the family mold. Who chose a quieter path while my parents and younger brother stayed wrapped up in their own perfect world. Maybe that was the problem. Maybe the fact that I
I'm getting work done.
but I wasn't prepared for what happened on my birthday. I'd like to say I saw it coming, but the truth is, I didn't. I still held on to some naive hope that they'd surprise me, or at the very least, send a thoughtful message. What I got instead was silence. My birthday fell on a Saturday this year, July 6th.
I've started the process of refurbishing my castle. Oh, I found the actual key for this one.
By 8, I cracked and called my mom. She picked up after a few rings. Her voice was cheerful, full of background noise and music. Hey, sweetheart. She said like nothing was wrong. Hey, are you guys still coming? Dinner started an hour ago. There was a pause. Then she sighed and said, Kieran, we're busy right now, celebrating something that actually matters. Ryan got promoted. It's a huge step for him. He's been working so hard, and we didn't want to miss this moment. I blinked, staring at the ceiling. Somehow, how the words make more sense. Didn't want to miss it. So you skipped my birthday. Don't be dramatic, she said. You're almost 30. Do we really need to throw you a party every year? My jaw clenched. I didn't ask for a party. I asked for you to show up. Well, she said, suddenly defensive. You can't be everywhere at once. You should be happy for your brother. He's worked his tail off for this, and we're proud of him. Try not to make this about yourself. I don't remember what I said after that. I don't know not long later, no. I walked back into the room with a fake smile and a fresh beer. When the last of my friends left around midnight, I sat in the living room alone, the deflated crown still resting on the table next to a half-eaten tray of sliders. The next morning, I scrolled through the photos we'd taken and found one of me sitting on the couch surrounded by the 5 people who had actually shown up. It wasn't staged, it wasn't glamorous, but it was real. Their smiles weren't forced. So I posted it. No passive-aggressive caption, no call-out, just grateful for the family that chose me. I didn't expect a response. In fact, I muted the family group chat after posting it. But about 3 hours later, there was a loud knock at my door. I looked through the people and saw both my parents standing outside, furious. My dad's face was red. My mom looked like she had a prepared speech loaded and ready. I hesitated. My first instinct was to open it to hear them out. But then I saw Ryan standing a few feet back by the elevator, arms crossed, eyes narrowed like he was watching a soap opera. I stood there behind the door, heart racing. I hadn't seen any of them show this much urgency in years. My phone buzzed on the table behind me. A text from my mom. Open the door, Kieran. This is childish. I didn't. I watched through the people as my dad knocked again, harder this time. My mom yelled something I couldn't quite hear, then turned and gestured at Ryan, who just shrugged. Eventually, they left, but that was only the beginning. Later that day, I got an email from my dad. Long, dramatic. Talk about family loyalty and not airing private matters online. He said the post was a slap in the face after everything they'd done for me. Then he had the nerve to mention a time they'd helped me pay rent. Once, 2 years ago, when I lost my job in the pandemic, I paid them back within 4 months. But now it was being used like a favor I could never repay. The group chat lit up with messages. Ryan said I was jealous and attention-seeking. My head chimed in. Couldn't you have just let your brother have his moment? My cousin even added a passive comment about how some people never grow up. And not one of them stopped to think, why was I celebrating with friends instead of family in the first place? The worst part, I started to believe them. For a while, I sat in my apartment that evening and went over the conversation in my head 100 times. Was I being petty? Immature? Should I have just let it go? But then I remembered the look on my mom's face when she said it. Something that actually matters. Like my birthday, mine didn't matter at all. That was the moment something in me shifted. I started going back through old emails, bank records, shared expenses, times I loaned money to Ryan when he couldn't make rent after dropping out of school the first time. The birthday gifts I bought for my parents every Christmas.
There we go.
Often expensive than I could afford. The messages they never replied to. The photos I wasn't in. The trips they didn't invite me on. Always with an excuse. And then I found something I hadn't looked at in years. The foundation paperwork. I hadn't thought about it since college, but it was still active, still in my name. And they clearly had no idea. That's when the real plan began to form. I stayed up most of that night. In the glow of my laptop screen, shadows across the wall. My thoughts darted between memories and plans. I hadn't touched the family foundation paperwork in nearly 8 years. It was something my grandfather had set up when he was still alive. To support scholarships, community projects, things like that. He trusted me with it. Back when I was the one in the family who actually showed up for Sunday dinners, helped with errands.
Where the fuck did my horse go?
After his passing, no one really paid attention to it. My parents talked about shutting it down a few times,
Was right the fuck over here.
but I believe it can anyway. I didn't tell anyone I was the one still funding it. Part of me hoped that if I just kept doing the right thing, they'd notice. They never did. What they did do, however, was start attaching their names to the Foundation's events. Banquets, donation drives, school sponsorships. I remember seeing photos on my mom's Facebook of her posing next to oversized checks I'd signed. At the time, I let it go. I told myself, if it helps people, it doesn't matter who gets the credit.
There it is.
But after that phone call on my birthday, something inside me finally broke.
Just wandered out a little ways.
Dramatic way, like a door quietly closing for good. I went through the documents carefully. As the sole legal owner and trustee, I had full authority. Every public use of the Foundation's name required my signature, none of which I'd been given. I also noticed something else, a pending transaction, a big one, a $30,000 allocation request, a sponsorship for Ryan's new startup. I stared at the screen for a long time. They hadn't even asked me. They were using the Foundation like it was their personal bank. My grandfather would have lost his mind if he knew. This wasn't about family anymore. This was theft, entitlement, and manipulation, dressed up in suits and champagne toasts. So I rejected the request. Then I locked the account, froze all spending, flagged the most recent transactions for review. And while I was at it, I reached out to the accountant my grandfather had once worked with, an older man named Leonard who still remembered me as the only honest one in that whole pack. I told him what had happened. I asked him to do a quiet audit, and within 24 hours, he found discrepancies. Thousands of dollars misused from personal expenses, all under the guise of community development, vacations, home repairs, even a catered engagement party for Ryan. It was under a youth outreach banquet. I sat there reading through every line item, my hands shaking, not from rage, but from something colder, clarity. It wasn't just my birthday they didn't care about. It was me. My role in this family was never about love or respect. It was about what I could give. So I stopped giving. I drafted a letter to the board, all approved by me, thankfully, outlining the misuse of funds and suspending all family-affiliated events pending investigation. I restructured the Foundation's mission to include an external oversight committee, one that didn't include a single relative. And for the first time in years, I added my own name back onto the website. Not out of ego, just as a reminder to myself. I built this.
Have mercy. Just one coin.
Hello, my friend. It is good to... Let's do business.
Tyler got brand new Nike shoes every school year. I got his old Beano sneakers with holes in them that I had to stuff with newspaper. The bedroom situation was the worst, though. Tyler had this massive room in the front of the house with 2 windows, a walk-in closet, and enough space for all his stuff. I got the tiny room next to the bathroom that used to be a store closet. I'm not even kidding. There were still shelves screwed into the walls when I moved in there. My bed was this ancient twin mattress that felt like sleeping on concrete. When I asked my parents why Tyler got the better room, my dad just shrugged and said, he's older, needs more space. My mom,
You got a great deal there. You've made a good bit of gold.
everything has to be equal. But here's the thing that really got me. It wasn't just about the stuff. Tyler could do no wrong in their eyes. He failed 3 classes sophomore year. He's just bored. School isn't challenging enough. He got caught smoking
That-
in the gym. No sweet boys. At least he's not doing hard drugs. Meanwhile, if I forgot to take out the trash one time, I get a lecture about responsibility. The worst part was watching my mom, Sandra, kiss Tyler's behind constantly. She'd make his favorite meals, do his laundry, even clean his room for him. The woman treated him like he was some kind of prince. Looking back now, I realized she was basically
A
trained
fine transaction.
to serve a hand and foot. Real healthy, right? My dad, Robert, was just as bad.
You drive a hard bargain.
Long hours in construction, come home exhausted, and just go along with whatever Sanders said. He never stood up for me or questioned why everything revolved around Tyler. I think he was just too tired of fighting. The one bright spot in my teenage years was meeting my buddy Jake.
A pleasure to serve you.
This dude was hilarious.
Please return soon. It's always a pleasure to see you.
Jake came from a normal family. We were both parents worked, and all the kids had to pull their weight. When he first came over to my house and saw how Tyler was treated, he was shocked. Bro, your brother's 20 years old, and your mom is still cutting his food for him. Jake said one day after dinner, "That's not normal, dude. My mom would have kicked my butt out the door by now if I acted like that." Jake became my reality check. He'd point out all the ridiculous stuff my family did that I thought was normal. Like when Tyler got a brand new mountain bike for his birthday, and a $50 gift card to Subway. Jake's like, "Dude, that's some serious garbage right there. Your parents are straight up playing fake."
Ebony Longsword looks pretty fucking cool. You have no nuts, Midoriya. We've been over this. Not what I've been told.
You have my ear, citizen.
This is like watching a nature documentary about dysfunction. He'd tell me later, your family operates on a completely different set of rules than normally. After high school, I got a job at an automotive repair shop as a mechanic's assistant. The pay started at $13 an hour, which wasn't much, but I was learning a trade and working with my hands. I actually enjoyed it. There's something sad about fixing things that are broken. The guys at the shop treated me.
Everybody, apparently, according to you.
Speak.
What I've got left on me, I'm not willing to sell. So I'll just go over to where, because, like, I'm in the area where my home is. Well, one of my homes. Because I have a castle and a pirate base, too. I'm going to come over here. Put the rest of this shit in my stash. I am increasing my conjuration skill for being able to summon creatures in battle to help me fight. Because in this version of ElderScrolls, you have to actually use a skill to increase its abilities.
What is it, citizen?
So to make my conjured creatures stronger and to gain access to the ability to summon better conjured creatures, I have to use my conjuration ability. So I just walk through, I summon random shit. Like, I could do it with conjured armor, I could do it with conjured weapons.
Hail, good citizen. How can I be of service?
Sandra asked me to help out with the credit card bill. Are you insane? Jake exploded when I told him. Tyler commits credit card fraud, and you have to pay it back. Your family is straight up.
Hail, good citizen. How can I be of service?
Jake started calling our apartment. We moved in together by then. Fix, ATM, because every month I get cleaned out by my family's emergencies. The worst part was how Sandra would frame these requests. She never just asked for money. She made it seem like I was being selfish if I didn't contribute. We're a family. Families help each other out.
Ah, yes, here at the stables. So save me a little bit of time. My horse should be stabled here at the moment.
Well met.
I'm too qualified for entry-level positions, but I don't have enough experience for higher-level ones. Or my personal favorite, I'm waiting for a job that matches my energy and vibe. Jake heard this explanation and just stared at Sandra like she'd grown a second head. Lady, your son.
Because when you're on a horse, you can fast travel even if you are overburdened. So the skeletons, like the creatures I'm summoning, don't have actual skills. They're just things that fight for you. So let me kind of give you a breakdown here. So when you level up in the game, these skills here that you see right there, strength, intelligence, willpower, agility, speed, endurance, personality, and luck, are what you put points into to level up. It's not the same thing as Skyrim. You don't get to also go, oh, I want to increase my magicka, oh, I want to increase my stamina, or I want to increase whatever, like those other, my health, like you do with Skyrim. That's not how this works. You just put points into these three skills. And these three, or these, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, these 8 skills, each skill affects a different aspect of your character. So, strength. Here's a description. It affects the amount of damage you deal with longswords, claymores, maces, war axes, battle axes, warhammers, and your bare hands. It also defines how much you can carry and slightly increases your maximum health. Intelligence increases your maximum magicka, allowing you to cast more powerful skill or spells. Willpower determines how quickly you regenerate magicka, greatly increases your maximum fatigue. Affects the amount of damage you deal with daggers, short swords, and bows, slightly increases your maximum fatigue, and defines how quickly you regenerate fatigue. That's agility. Speed just determines how fast you move. Endurance greatly increases your maximum health and defines how quickly you regenerate health outside of combat. Personality. This affects how much people like you, leading to better information gathering and trade deals. And then luck just has a general effect on basically everything. Now, here are your basic skills, or your non-basic skills, like your major skills and your non-major skills. So I'm a warrior, so my major skills are blade, block, hand-to-hand, heavy armor, illusion, and speechcraft. Now, if you look to the right-hand side on the screen here, you'll see that it has multiple levels. Novice, you don't have a particular perk. Apprentice, My power attacks deal more damage and blade weapons are more durable. Journeyman. My power attacks apply weakness to normal weapon to my opponent. When I reach the next level, my regular attacks will have a slight chance to make my opponents bleed, dealing damage over time. And then the final level is Master. The weakness to normal weapon applied by my power attacks becomes stronger. So what I am attempting to do is increase a minor skill. This skill here, Conjuration. This skill, again, has 5 levels to it. Novice, you cast novice level spells for Conjuration. Apprentice, you cast apprentice level Conjuration spells. Journeyman, you cast journeyman Conjuration spells. Expert and Master. Expert, you cast expert levels. Master, you can cast all Conjuration spells. I am trying to achieve Master in this. Now, here's kind of the thing. Here's how these skills on this list tie into your attributes. So, every time you increase one of your major or minor skills, it gives you a little bit of experience. When you reach a certain amount of experience, you get to increase your attributes. Then when you increase whatever attribute, you get associated skill boosts. You see what I'm saying? You see how this works now? Kind of complicated, but it works.
Who will help an old beggar?
I'm almost to my home.
The Grey Fox, too.
My storage facility. Now, unfortunately, there are some things I currently can't get out of my inventory. Even though at least some of it I've already done the fucking quest for. Just kind of bullshit. Yes. But you're going to have to figure out how to add extra memory for it. I have an external drive plugged into mine, but it doesn't work like the external drive on my PS4. Yeah, it's not anymore though, dude. Tell her I said goodnight. All right.
What is it, citizen?
I don't understand how the hell I contracted vampirism.
Hail, good citizen. How can I do you?
Are starving.
Are you not feeling well?
Are you not feeling well? You have my ear, citizen.
Have pity on me.
You have my ear, citizen. You have my ear, citizen.
How Tyler needs time to find himself. How you're being cruel by not helping the family. But I finally told her the truth.
Only ask her for
That she created this situation.
Are you not feeling well?
As an adult, she treated you so badly that you had every right to leave. I told her she wasn't to blame. She should look in the mirror. It was the first time in my life that Robert had ever criticized Sandra's parenting or admitted that their treatment of me was wrong. It felt good to hear, even though it was about 10 years too late. 2 years later, I was doing fine. I got certified as a medical mechanic and was making $68,000 a year. Jake and I had saved up enough to buy a house together as roommates slash business partners. I was even dating this amazing woman named Ashley, who's a nurse. Life was good. That's what Sandra called me for the first time in months.
Go ahead, please.
It was a guilt trip call. This was a begging call.
What can I interest you in?
But we really need your help, she said, and I could hear desperation in her voice. Turns out Tyler had gotten arrested for trying to steal car parts from a shop where he used to work. He thought he could sell them online to make quick money. The idiot got caught on security cameras and was facing felony charges. He needs a good attorney, Finn. A decent one costs $18,000 just for the retainer. We don't have that kind of money. I put her on speakerphone so Jake could hear her. He was making popcorn in the kitchen. Where's all that
Good
money
day.
saved by not having support me? I asked, please, Finn. He's your brother. He made a mistake, but he doesn't deserve yours. Actually, stealing your parts is exactly the kind of thing that deserves yours. Jake called out from the kitchen. Sandra started crying. Finn, I know this is always fair to you. I know I favored Tyler, but please, we need your help. Tyler's learned his lesson. What lesson? He's 32 years old and stealing car parts. That's not a mistake. That's who he is. And she said the words I've been waiting my whole life to hear. You were right about Tyler. You were right about everything. I could have made a good job years ago instead of babying him. Jake came in with his popcorn, grinning. Sandra, let me ask you something.
What do you want?
50 hours a week to pay for Tyler's car insurance. Did you think about fairness then?
Have a look around. You won't find better prices in all Tamriel.
But then spent $600 on Tyler's video games that same week. Did you think about fairness? Finn, please. When you told me I was built for manual labor while Tyler was meant for bigger things, did you think about how that made me feel? She was sobbing now. I'm sorry, Finn. I'm so sorry. I was wrong about everything. Here's what's gonna happen. I said, Tyler's gonna go to jail because that's what
Let's
happens.
do business.
You're gonna keep working at Target because that's what adults do. And I'm gonna keep living my life without any of you in it. But he's your brother. No, a brother doesn't let his sibling pay for his whole life while he does nothing. A brother doesn't steal from the place where his sibling used to work. Tyler's just a guy who lived in the same house as me. Finn, what if I pay you back? What if I work extra shifts and send you money every month until I pay back everything you gave us? I almost laughed. Sandra, you make $12 an hour at Target. At that rate, it would take you about 15 years to pay me back.
Good day.
That's if you gave me every penny you earned. I'll do it. I'll work 2 jobs, 3 jobs if I have to. The time for making things right was years ago. When Tyler finally got arrested, I don't know, blocked their numbers. Jake was cheering with his mouth full of popcorn. 6 months later, I heard through my dad that Tyler got sentenced to
Hello again.
Sandra had to get a second job cleaning offices at night.
May I interest you?
Still couldn't afford a good attorney.
Thornir did.
Tyler got stuck with a public defender who barely tried. My dad
Have a look at my wares. I'm sure there's something to suit you.
She created a monster by spoiling Tyler, and now she was paying the price. She cries every night, Robert told me. Not just about Tyler being in prison, but about losing you too.
I wouldn't make that deal with just anybody. Tell your friends about me. Farewell.
Thought that's how you dealt with this. All right. So that works differently. Where's... Do I know where Deep Scorn Hollow is? I do. All right. Pokeballs in chat. Huh. Okay. Looks like I found another hideout. This one's a vampiric hideout that I don't really wish to do a whole lot with on a personal level because I'm not a big fan of vampires in these games. Should be something called purge blood salts. I find these fucking salts and go back to that shrine. Oh, this is not a good place. What are these fucking things? Okay. appears that I managed, thankfully, cure the vampirism that was rampantly ruining me. That's good, because, again, I'm not a fan of being a vampire in these games. At least, for the most part. Like, at some point, I'll fuck around and see what it's can really do for you, but right now, I don't want to be a lycanthrope, a lycanthrope. I don't want to be a fucking vampire. I don't want to be any of that kind of bullshit. I just want to kick people's asses.
Hello. What's going on with you?
Hello. It is good to have a look around. You won't find better prices in all Tamriel. An excellent bargain.
Tell your friends about them.
Please return soon. It's always a...
Go ahead, please. Goodbye.
The Arcane University is looking for someone to chase the bandits from Camp Ailes. Probably trying to enhance her weird machine.
Is that so? Heard any news from the other provinces?
Rumor has it the Nerevarine well met.
Why? How do you... What? You gotta like a Be seeing
They
you.
say that they treat everyone like royalty at the King and Queen. Do you know Mandil? I hear he's good with locks.
Rumor has it that he'll teach others to pick locks.
So long.
Good day.
There we go. There's the guy I need.
Whatever you need. If you need light, have a look around. You won't find better prices in all Tamriel.
Alright,
Another satisfied. Farewell.
Hail, good citizen. How can I be of service?
Hello.
There we go. This time I go checked on my castle.
This came for you, sir. Yes, sir. All right.
What came for me? How's that not my bed? This whole castle's mine. A whole castle's worth of shit I can just take.
Yes, sir.
All right.
There's got to be my training room.
Well met. Be seeing you.
That's what's in the basement.
Good evening, sir.
Hello.
What's going on with you?
I saw a mud crab a couple of days ago. Ugly little animals.
I avoid those things whenever I can. Horrible creatures. Goodbye. Take care.
Good afternoon. Yes, sir. All right.
Oh, some new shit. She looks like an alchemist.
What is it, Sarah? What can I do? You don't have the item. Farewell.
Alright, so this is my trophy room then. That's what this is.
Hail!
Actually, a quick tour of my castle.
Afternoon.
There it goes. Now we know how to cure vampirism quickly. That's good. Alright, so I will guarantee to be back Friday. Might be back tomorrow, maybe, for a short time, depending on how things go. But normally tomorrow is my off day for streaming. So we're gonna find someone to raid to. Alright, good. He'll allow it. Alright, excellent. Be good to yourselves, each other, the planet, everything else. Have fun. Stay the fuck out of trouble. Exercise your rights, responsibilities, privileges, and or duties of wherever you're from. As streamers, or viewers, show that love and respect to the streamers you watch, alright? We really appreciate it. It makes all of this worth doing. Now, as streamers, show that same love and respect to your viewers, because while we could do this job without them, it wouldn't be any fun, and honestly, what would be the fucking point? Alright, this is your immortal Sith Emperor signing out for the night, saying I will see you back guaranteed on Friday. I might see you tomorrow. Later.